The shout out. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. The homosexual. How's it going? Okay, let's begin. Let's begin the new game.
Of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
It's very British.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Yeah, I think Chronicles is just the two of them together in that case. Makes sense. Oh shit, did someone die? Oh. It's like an anime, dude! Pug, it's an anime! Uh-oh.
For one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Did we kill somebody? Is that us? We kind of look like Phoenix Wright. I think we're his ancestor, right? So we're like related a little bit. Oh yeah, Oni, how did your stream go? Also, homosexual, how are you going? It feels weird calling you that. The Great Despair. Okay, it's time. Dude, what is the sound effect? Damn, okay. Being a lawyer under the family. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Ooh, smooth movement. Bailiff, what? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. I'm a murderer. I didn't do it. Call me Will if preferred doing good. Wake up to Audie's stream. Looking forward to seeing the early bits on yours now. Hey, let's go. Hope you're doing well, Will. Appreciate you. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, we are related. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. You barely would kill someone. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Yo, Lavender, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal, so you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. I've got a sword, dude! Or he has a sword. I don't know if that's not us, right? Scared is cool. He seems cool. He has like Jigglypuff's like bandana thing. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? It's me at Yumizu all the time. Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. I don't know why I sound like the judge almost. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Wait, what do you think of my, Mr. Wa, how's my British accent? Yume University professor, murdered in cold blood by a student. Are you saying I'm MC? Maybe you'd be. I reckon you might be. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. That's supposed to be British? Kind of, maybe. I don't know. I can't do a British accent, dude. Kazuma Asogi. You're my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You sound exactly the same 3 years ago. Oh, you said exactly the same thing 3 years ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Dude, I'm so hyped. The U.S. Attorney game, fuck. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. Oh, days, not years. My reading comprehension is like 0. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. The style is lovely. It's good, isn't it? I'm really happy for you, and I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the secrets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay here and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. I'm gonna do this terrible accent the entire way through. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asoki, may I have a word? Who's this? Oh, what? Cool characters. Oh, she disappeared. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asoki, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. Everybody's gonna have the same voice, dude. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. Oh wait, should I change my camera location? I don't know if there's gonna be a good place to put it. This kind of doesn't block the text as much, and the characters. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Oh, that's more like Ace Attorney dialogue text sound. I guess it all kind of is. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Dude, I love the animations. Bad figures, dude. The camera's blurry? Nah, it'll adjust. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumei University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asoki has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asoki has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Never granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asoki may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities. Is that how you say that? Peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in advocating for the likes of you anyway. Dude, I like this courtroom scene is the same as in all the other games, but it's like old style now. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Oh, this is like in hindsight we're doing this. 1899. My one and only chance to prove my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Supreme Court of Judicature. Is it judicature or judicature? If your job is not to 900 to 1901. Okay, that makes sense. So this is a courtroom. It's 3D. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. I can't decide whether I'm British or whether I'm not. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? What a bailiff does? They're like the security guard, basically. They're like a security guard at a courtroom. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now. For Japanese, pick one. Who knows? You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god, it's Pain! Twisted Pain. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency! His name is Ouchie. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. Let's look at the tradition. I love that. Pain for the tutorial. Let's go. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Your turn. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! Burn a term! What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? Where I clicked outside of the screen. I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You will be... What? What is the meaning of this? This is preposterous. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotaba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikutama shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Him and his big nose. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Objection. Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Tell me everything what happened before I came here. We murdered somebody, apparently, but we're innocent. That's it. We just started. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed! Perpetrated, not perpetuated, that's the wrong word.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. You look so nervous. I'm super nervous. We're like, our eyes are like dashing around everywhere. Accordingly, the highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken.
My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job. To do the job. It's hard to say. To do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. I don't know. I don't know the victim's name. You're very sly. How's it going?
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember.
But wait.
Ugh, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. Should the guy know me his name? I know, how rude of me. Banana Man looks wonderful. I know, right? He's handsome.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that.
Oh, but I can't even find that.
It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of K. Apparently. If you've ever forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Small earbuds in my ears under my headset. Hey, nice. Wait, Penny, where are you? I'm playing Switch. Hey.
I just have to press K for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose.
Okay. K stands for court. Carry pocket fan with you to get his vendetta flowing. Just lets it go, and then it's like, then it's got the motion, the fluidity's there. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people with K. Kazuma Asugi, 23. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press O to go back. Is it John H. Wilson? It has to be, right? Because this is Professor Mikutama. And Winston Payne is 51. Looks good for 51. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at Yale University from the British Empire. He's a British dude. This guy kind of looks like a detective or something, you know? Kind of looks like a little bit of like a Poirot figure. A little bit, you know? Anybody who knows Nancy, not Nancy Drew, Agatha Christie knows. When you don't press O to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. This is Ancestor, yeah. It's ouchie. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency without waiting any longer. Go on. Well, actually, one thing I've noticed is that the names for the characters here, like this, right? Takatsuchi Ouchi. I forget what Winston Payne's name is in Japanese, but he's Ouchi as well. And us, which we don't have ourselves in the court record, but Naruhodo is like Phoenix Wright's. Like Phoenix Wright's name in Japanese is, I think, like Ryuichi Naruhodo or something. So Ryunosuke is like kind of close. You'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. They're like the same family name. John Watson. Find the victim in the people section of the court, then press L to present. Try it now. Is Kazuma single? You have to ask him. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Meiji University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason for why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. 5 days, damn! In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh yes, wait, what do we know? We should know a lot, right? Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. This is like our date. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Our BFF, our best friend forever. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Flavor didn't stay. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he was a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Okay, let's go say hi. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. He looks friendly enough. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Post-mortem report. Present! Wait. Back. It's, what's present? L.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
To read, you imbecile, that's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
So we're looking at a photo. What if he was poisoned then? We don't know.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photograph print of the victim has been entered into the court record. This very scientific modern resource. So that's photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to your drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Caveman Chronicles, but it would just be a rock carving. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikitoba? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Oh, pug! Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Because you're a smart boy. Who is this character?
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the lead waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. He's bleeding? Are you okay, sir? That doesn't look healthy. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. An Occidental eatery 3 days ago. I don't know what word that is. Occidental? Understood. Hosonoga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We were a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. And lo and behold, I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Yes! Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection! Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur! But...
The next time you interrupt at inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You will have your chance to fight back. He's so dramatic. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Yes, is there a... Yes!
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question, that is the man that I saw. Running the game playing a Switch, nice!
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? The Butler voice is pretty good. Oh, thank you! I'm trying to put a lot of effort into all the voices. Trying to make it so it's, you know, it's good quality content brought to you here on the Baronade's channel, twitch.tv/thebaronade, if you're watching this on YouTube, because I'll probably upload it. Also, follow me on Instagram, Twitch, TV, Twitter, and TikTok as well. There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... There was a woman sitting opposite him, at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? He's... Interject.
Yes!
We're gonna interject. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection! Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. I think we have to wait for the cross-examination to start, which hasn't begun yet. Hosonogi-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Oh. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. By himself, with nobody else there. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Oh, of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. I bet you that his map is wrong. You okay, bud? You need a drink. He's making me need a drink. Allow me to cup through your... Yo, Kevin Cat, how you doing?
So the court has now heard a presses... Is that how you pronounce that? A presses of the case.
Have you been?
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant to a trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Would it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikitoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you are willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Or are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses.
Oh ho ho! Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. I can contain myself. He did the thing! He did the... He fucking pointed. That's Pug. Power of friendship.
Indeed. Prosecutor Aoshi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Oh.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. The power of friendship. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm a big fan of the power of friendship, personally.
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ieyasu reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employers of rare fine articles of antiquity from the Emperor's nation, Nippon. And conduct my straight from Resute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Correcuta, at your service.
An antique dealer and a soldier. What are you two repairing? Yo, airbrush man.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. It's characters. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this decisive evidence. Oh, so this is the decisive evidence. The prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? Kiss your family, see you later. Alright, have a good time, Mizu. If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Oh, that's me. I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Did I hear a baby squeal? What was that?
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Acerbic? Witness testimony. Are they testifying together? When the witnesses saw... It's just... They're one collective testimony. I was investigating a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Bye. Adios, have a good one. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously abandoned precious curio. I'm inspecting this vase just in the middle of court. I hope you don't mind me.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy!
What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, sir! Oh, all I did was pick up the gun that was laying on the ground. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Kept that for geriatrics. Yo, Kung Fu, how you doing? Then, when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. But I'm here for it. when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Oh, what? Okay, yeah. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable and such student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this... Yes! What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did you know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Objection. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Oh, Casamel's guy! Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh. Casamel's so commanding. He is. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier has said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you. He's so hyped, dude. He's so hyped. Alright then. It's all or nothing. He has a way to go before he learns to slam the desk like a true lawyer. Okay, first cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. Okay, alright. Okay. Be safe with the rest of it. Okay, let's have a look at our court record, which is...
Yes!
What did I just do? Did I press it? Oh, I was pressing it. Okay. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? Wait a minute, hydrate. I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Oh, alright then. This beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. You need help? No, no help, no help. No help allowed. Do not help me. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Yes. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Just happened. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask.
Prime presser achievement unlocked. Myself, I was exploring the virtues. Okay, we're gonna press this guy too. We're gonna press everybody. Alright, well, I didn't notice if you didn't mention it. Yeah, I didn't notice the first few times. There's like this little that plays in the background. I have no idea what you're talking about. A Kaban boy! A Kaban? You mean an old eater coin? A bigger beef lover. They brand to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secured, secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent, cognizant appraisal of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Kaban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant?
Yes. It's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Kaban. Isn't that so?
Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, you? Blatant subordination!
No, I didn't say anything.
Although penniless, it might be just the word I was looking for. Oh, damn. In case the hours already advanced beyond the middle of the beyond the midday luncheon, there remain precious few present with whom I could engage discourse about matters of business. The gentleman outside me, who was grappling with his praised veal at the time. At the veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I the wrong voice. It shit over. I thought it was the dude. I see. Can't play with it. That precise moment a firearm was discharged. This is like clearly wrong.
Yes.
Let's press this first. So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only. Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? What are you saying? What are you trying to accuse me of? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Right. Double R. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I had got to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. He's a liar! Like you're from the varsity kid foreign leadership, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Well, this is just straight up wrong. So, I'm gonna present the photo, because it clearly has an entry shot that shows he was shot from the front. Front of the chest, not the back. How do you find this piece of evidence? Put that in there. These two characters. Everybody's just waiting. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. In your mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I can use the Andrew version? Yeah, true. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain.
To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about? What are you trying to say?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here. Here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Iesa Noza. Yes, sir? What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military great eyes, sir!
Yes!
But no! That just can't be! Your military great eyes need looking at. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Huh. Yes. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Why is he got a kid with him? What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Noza? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Is the Android version faster or something, Jay? Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly affixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iezanoza, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, fuck, he's calling up pain, dude. Inconsistency C, achievement unlocked. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. A turnabout from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. The name drop, the title drop, Ace Attorney. Kind of, but we're not the grand Ace Attorney yet. Shots fucking fired. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either.
Myself, I have already made it quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure!
Treasure?
Indeed! The Meiji-era Koban, my prized coin!
Enough of that, let's be coward right in Grandpa's face!
On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it was my habit to place in my pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rusty.
In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you.
On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I profiled my holy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes to the bravest of rabbits, I was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Kaban vanished?
Hunting around under the table, I was in a case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
I did, but indeed not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No, I did not.
I see.
That lamentable day, the precious high command was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize point for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, I bet you the little baby took it. I bet you the baby took the coin. I bet you he took it like shiny and interesting looking. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites its witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as critical glasses, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. As what, sir? Waiting to signal to testify, sir.
Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think.
Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to for nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy!
What is this? These characters are wild. The true culprit.
Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
This pointing is kind of foreign man he was, and a young lad in the back, in black. That much I myself did see. The baby.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, but I all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Is the murderer punishment forthcoming? Can you imagine? Holy moly.
Yes! Did yours your elbow? No.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly.
The ultimate Englishman. Hey!
We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel?
How are you doing, Mr. Wa?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one plate set.
But the plate set is where the lady was sitting and not where the Englishman was. Isn't that kind of sus? I think it is. I think it is. I think we're going to present that somehow.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Photographic print has been added. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw the woman.
The waiter before said the same thing.
He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard Leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain.
Welcome back, Term.
To think that I, Takatsuchi Aoji, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Poor Ryunosuke. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? What? If what you say is true, then there is something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. We declare war. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood?
Rules can be so unbending at times.
Alright, time to see how this goes. What's the year exactly? 1899. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment, okay, that's fine, probably. Yes, pointing his gun at the third man, he was the young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Let's press this first. Yeah, it's weird. They were far back in the past. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection! As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
If there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly. 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
There was?
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Had a clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Had a clinic? Isn't that the same clinic as the one in, like, the game with that crazy medical dude, the doctor? I don't remember now. 19th November, noon past 1 p.m. Noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit his evidence before, as it really has no bearing on this case.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be added? Or not? Of course! Hell yeah!
Yes!
Yes! Dude, the yes objection is weird. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Honor. Your Excellency.
Oh, on what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. True that. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request.
No! The youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Added. Okay, we got that. What we need right now is clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san.
Indeed, I don't believe I should be dining all by himself.
But this and this don't match up, I think. There's something here. Wait, what the hell is this? Why is he like facing behind the... Can I view this further? P, examine. The stake is behind... Why is he facing away from the stake? Like the stake is there. Why is the stake here? P, magnifying glass. Whoa! Whoa, dude, this is interesting. Wow, that's cool. Stake. I can't read what's on the bottle though. Okay. Alright, let's just press. Yes! So you actually saw with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Baronet, what's up, sir?
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting?
Could be in a game. Oh, nice! Dude, if you post it in the Discord, post it in the Discord. Which is also a world record! Pog term, let's go!
And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
Single record I got in that game? Which game was it? No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. No one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Yes! Is that true though? Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. Something that causes it like an appetite to share a meal. I need to have a look at the medical report card actually. There's a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Actually, let's have a look at the court record. Found in the victim's pocket. I can't examine this. Okay, we just don't have anything about it. We have like the map of the area, we've got 2 photos. Post-mortem. Gunshot to the chest, bullet did not pass through the victim's body. University culprit. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial University. I always wear it in the color of my uniform jacket. Okay. Uploading world record right now. Hey! For both of you to have failed to see it. Okay. Not possible. They're looking away, dude. They're sus. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these 2 witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right!
Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. God damn it. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Ah, okay. Press P and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use arrow keys to rotate it around. Ooh. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. Oh, we have to use WASD? This is gonna be weird. I can't use my mouse. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. First experience the old one. Ah, okay, you're uploading the new one right now. I'm excited to see it. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, press P to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use arrow keys WASD and P to inspect any of the areas of the evidence that look suspicious.
Okay. Like that. P.
It says Hot Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Bum, bum, bum. What the hell is this? That looks sus. Oh, it's just, it opens up. Oops, I closed my little thing. Okay, let's have a look at the last visit. Get an injection for a cold? I don't know if they got injections for colds in 1899. Maybe. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. They have leashes for headaches, yeah. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card has been updated. So he couldn't have been eating because his medical report card told him not to. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright. Let's get our evidence and boom! Slam it into we're gonna slash them with some truths. Okay. Let's see. When they were eating alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Present! He was not dining! And you are clearly lying, my friend. Wait, am I presenting this? Wait, no! I thought we did this already! Did I accidentally press inspect? I thought I was presenting it. I pressed the wrong button. Extraction of bowler, you mean he had a tooth taken out? I can't skip this. Okay, we have to play this once. I pressed the wrong button. I was like 75% right. You were pretty on the money there. Come on in. I can't skip this. Why? Strictly no food or drink besides water. Come on, I want to present it. I know. Yes. I can't skip this. The text goes so slowly. Definitely. Okay, back. Present is L. Yes. That's what I meant to do. Well, I think, I'm already lad. Quote yourself a lower! I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Korakuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Objection! Objection! Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just to make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime.
This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
Wow, that outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Friday, what's up? Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
TV is that game, nice. Perhaps if you told the victim... Wait, perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth taken out.
What's this now?
Experience shell, I'll have a look. Thank you. And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating... Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours, post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Korokudo-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
This guy looks so pretty. Hey, Chris. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case, and that's the first time he's actually slammed the desk like Phoenix Wright does. Let's go! Ugh. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Let's go! How you doing, Chris?
Objection! What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? Chris, this is funny. This looks great.
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense of this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. These are ancestors. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? It takes place in 1899. Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. The person eating the steak at this victim's table must have been a yet unknown third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand.
What? Yeah.
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit? In murder? No!
Complicit with murder. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they,
told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san? No. You were just following orders?
No, hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair?
No, just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Then who's behind this? You tried to make you keep your mouth shut. That's classified. His mustache is being pulled now. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it.
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. It was me, it was Chris.
Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm we tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly...
Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? How's his head here blowing in the wind?
I know, right? It's kind of magical in a way.
We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please! Wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all this?
Well, Your Excellency... no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Also, wait, court record. Let's examine our evidence that we have. What have we got? Post-mortem report? No. Okay. Let's have a look at this. P, examine. Magnifying glass, P. Okay, is there any evidence? Can't examine this. Doesn't look like there's any info. Okay. If I'm examining like this.
I can do this. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Prime Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. That's kind of sus. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's expected. It's his job title. Oh, he's a police officer, yeah, not a waiter. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division? Imperial Police Bureau? Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Damn, dude. Okay. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... this man! Present.
Yes!
Because he's actually a police officer. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock!
What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
Well, if he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. It's this.
Yes!
He's actually a police officer. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back. It's the back of the card that's of interest. Also known as the front. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps you should have said it, the front. Was that ever in the game? It's in this one. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. The front of the back. Front to the back, front to the back, front. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witness is there in the stand. Oh! Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Even if it wasn't, what would happen? You probably have to get the label removed. Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentleman at the scene? Well. Oh. Hold it! Oh, it's you! Hold it. Inspector Hosonaga! Why are you back here? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Oh shit. The court will take this plan to evidence. Well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. So he accidentally handed him a piece of evidence that they shouldn't have known about. I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course! Your salary must be I was working undercover. Undercover. Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? He was there to buy drugs. That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Osanoga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. Osanoga, why? Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. He just covered blood? He did. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. But why? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. What? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An English man has been murdered in our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect... well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. You must have me right. Hey, let's go, Chris. Good luck. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in the case. But it's not right! Osanoga. Ouchie. Judge. Kazuma. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? What? And having an auto splitter? Auto splitters are overrated. You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman is sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. I don't know how to pronounce that. Giselle Brett. Is that like a French name? That might be a French name. Miss Brett. She's indeed a foreign university student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? Giselle is not a British name? Oh, okay, I have no idea. Is that how you pronounce it? Giselle? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered those witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been
underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain.
Young was Kaede.
Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga.
Yes, sir.
You will locate this Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
Okay, so it's because I forget 70. I believe in you.
At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Well, maybe not for the reasons that we think, but hopefully he doesn't die before then. Nothing will get in my way.
Are you okay, man? Are you alright?
You're kind of coughing up blood. That seems like... that doesn't seem healthy. The court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Everybody sees that? We asked about it earlier in the trial, and he was just like, no, it's fine. So we haven't asked about it since then. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Nothing will get in his way except tuberculosis. Yeah. To be continued. Welcome back, Term. Holy shit, he got shot. Save your current progress? Of course we're saving our current progress. Pog. Okay, is that an autosave? Okay, so, yes. Please do not turn off your PC. Complete. Back. Okay. What I'm going to do, before we continue, Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber number 5. Okay, I'm gonna go pee really quickly. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna pee super duper hard, and it's gonna be good, and I'll be back in a second. I'm also gonna put pasta on the stove to start boiling. I'm gonna eat during the game. But I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna go pee, I'll be right back. Don't nobody go nowhere. Keep the seat warm for me, okay? I believe in you guys.
Just hope he washes his hands super duper hard too. Of course. Of course. Who did he take me for? Of course I wash my hands super duper hard.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
My heart was in my mouth the entire time. I have now pasta boiling as well, so I'm gonna have a little bit of pasta soon. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everybody from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. And then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun laying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Fucking hate Sony Star, I hate it. Why do you hate it? Sony Star is easy. And because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Chris, we have to do a race at some point as well. We do a 70-star race. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, it's you! Professor Mikitova. Well, it seems I was right. You can't. What I thought. A pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. 70 stars, easy way just an hour. It's 30 seconds away! I need my thumbs to recover. It's my excuse. Okay, I'm sticking to it for now. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Oh, just even more so. Dude, my hair is like, I've got bed hair like crazy. Which is why I firmly believe that we will need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you trying to say, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Streamer started doing a BRB? Alright. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what you really took place at that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. Whoops 100 is so annoying. Whoops 100 is fun. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama? You do Whoops 100 and quit. Oh, Chris. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. You're lying? No, Whoops 100 is a good star. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't have said you'd believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get through this together. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad? It's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. And we shall win. We're winners. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals. I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Kiss, kiss, kiss. With an extra large portion, of course. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. They're a good pair. It's like a typewriter thing with sound effect. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds.
Someone else like Big Beat too.
And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation founders? And our nation flounders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on it. Damn, Kazuma! You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. I relate to that. Well, I'm not a student now anymore, but I was. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. The court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Brett.
Yes! Your Excellency!
You okay there, Archie? That looked kind of painful. Oh my god, swan hat. I like this BGM.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan from such a distant land.
Tea! Somebody bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! 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 Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival.
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? Where are your manners? In England, it's always the ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me.
Kelly 70 now. Let's go, Chris.
You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? 1 to 100 out of like 14 attempts, the worst fucking star. That's pretty okay. Don't worry, there's worse stars,
Yeah, your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your power description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Ooh. Oh.
What? I can't read that.
Oh.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
She's speaking cursive.
The lady says her name is Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty.
Drink water, daddy. Hello. Did your thing not work? How are you doing, Salon?
Brett.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree. I have no child points. Okay, how about you? Did you use all of them up? I'm great. How are you? I'm glad to see you. Yeah, you're obviously doing fine in English, cousin. Your English doesn't rally you at all, does it?
Nor are you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
No, we haven't. Oh, thank you for the 1-bit cheer. Appreciate it.
Look what thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes.
That's kinda sus. This could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over to this photographic print?
Just have a timer if I don't have auto splitter. Your timer should start. Wait, are you playing on console or emulator? Give me your specs. It's on power on, so timer should be at 0, and as soon as you power the console on, you press the timer. So it should be at like 1.13 or 1.3 when the Mario logo pops up.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Emulator? Just start it like roughly with the reset of the thing. Okay, nerd.
Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight.
I'm gonna sub hour now, you loser, you're bad. Let's see, let's do it. I wanna see the sub hour.
Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. the very moment when the accused, standing right there in the courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. But that didn't happen. Garrus, the very... Speaking of roasting, I'm gonna check on the pot on the stove. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. I gotta check the stove. Alright, I've made pasta. Order in court. Autoplay. Does autoplay work? Let's go. Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I have to eat as much as I can using this translation. Witness testimony. Frightening and sorrowful sight. Alright, let's hear what you have to say. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. First, I was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got in a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Who is standing behind you? That is my door. Okay, I got myself. So obviously I couldn't be the culprit. I was talking about my big pony. This is a conclusive oh! No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Damn, dude. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Look at this snow-white angel. Sure, even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words this court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course I went to the scene as well. 2 statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before her, and reported back to the bureau. decided that Miss Brett was not involved. I let her go. It was decided. This means lots of witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's no way about her person where she could conceal a firearm. What are you talking about? You could have had a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if you wanted to. That's what I'm thinking. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is moot. What about her hat? There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. These are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous! When I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. Must have been another gun that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. That's what we have to prove now. Okay. And we'll need to pull her testimony apart. I thought we were gonna say pull her dress up for a second. She's smirking. So we now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Okay, let's have a look. What are we picking apart? Slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. That's fine. Double jump owls? Dude! I'm ready to order for myself beef steak, that's fine. Just came over to greet the prisoner and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
He sounds sus. Never got into an argument with the professor. Well, it was when I noticed him. Just go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. I meant for the lady next to you. Speaking Japanese and the girls speaking English, they can't understand. Yeah, I think that's true. But your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Or only in the presence of such beautiful women, Or is there anything? But I have to eat my thing. That beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused brutally returned to his own seat. The part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time he got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Sus. Well, however, the kid took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Yes! Press that. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an innocent lady. Wait, an innocent what? It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. No carry a gun, so I couldn't be the culprit? Yes! Why do you not carry a gun? Not very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. Verified it personally. How? You verified it personally? Huh? Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. You remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why not? Why on earth not? Honorable English gentleman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for further probing into the matter. What are you talking about? Of course there is. There was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. If you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, first you can demand that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Do we have any? We don't really, do we? The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. She was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office has told you to get the woman out of here. Not get her out of there, just urge her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. She's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. She's an in and out and out totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. Stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. You're just exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose our testimony as the fiction that it is. But how? Can't do that. Trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And I'm finishing my pasta. Well, I can't find a single inconsistency in your testimony. It doesn't make me feel better either. First thing to do is press her order statements that seem it's just slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself, I promise you. Darkled reds. You expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright, we press everything.
Yes!
Twice? Why do you suck? After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
Chris, why are you so bad? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. The decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. This is apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. Treatment hydrate? That's right. Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Fuck that, I'm resetting, good luck. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic! What shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is! Sippy sip. So you buried the arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Alright, press time.
Yes!
A beef steak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She had heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? How you hit the raging charge. Because splits? That's fair, okay. That's right, yes. What you have there shows the table exactly as it was, left after the horrifying events. The fuck 70 star. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled such a distant, to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that subjected you to this terrible plight. Were you thinking that also PB rebalance? Or when is it rebalancing? Is it coming up? So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? Is there a new one, or is it like the last one that happened? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Oh, is it tomorrow? I'm excited about it. So it appears that the diners have tasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Really heavily? Yes! They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Despite being massively nerfed? Good! Good. Fuck maps with tiny diff spikes. Get rid of those PP farm maps. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Long maps will remove more PP? That's how it should be, I reckon. It's pretty meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett. The unforgiving way one of the top players now? Probably, yeah. Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
Second glass, then. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she says.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
I'd ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Well, we can present... This is fine, right? Anything but water, that's fine. There is, however, only... Can I not examine this? Examine, P. There is, however, only one glass on this table. If that is the case, where is the other glass? That seems a bit sus. I would like to present this piece of evidence. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. Wait, Salon, is that like a list of all the things that are going to be rebalanced? Or where do you get the information from? Because I want to see all the stuff that's being changed. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, then there should be 2 glasses on the table, not just one. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minotaur?
I don't know how to pronounce that word, but that's probably close.
What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
The ultimate detective. I reckon you'd like this game, Mr. Wa. Actually, wait, Mr. Wa, have you played the other Phoenix Wright games, the trilogy? Minotaur, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. Nope. You should play the trilogy. The original trilogy, the first 3 games. You should play it. You should play them on stream. Those would be really fun. I would love to watch you play through this. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Why are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? Emulete update. What's Emulete? Is it like a Twitter account or something? I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Okay, for them I will. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? But where? If you can hide a glass on your person that you took from the table, then surely you can hold a gun somewhere as well. It was also terrifying, everything that had happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all. She's saying, "Good gracious." Can't see your eyes. I wonder if you'll see him later. Sorry. She seems sus.
As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
You must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
I know when I panic, I hide all my bottles and glasses and door checks out. I'm hiding this away. Nobody knows that I have a bottle here. That's absurd. This is actually hurting my rib cage to do this. Ah. It's not nicely shaped. The handle like kind of protrudes. This is good water. That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No, this can't put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag. Oh, she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing.
That darn logical reasoning.
No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated that she stated the following: there are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what about the handbag? But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating? You vile blackguard!
It's really very simple. Very, very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. Guess he's the holding grudge.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonoga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time?
Really annoying. I hate him. Lol. Yep, everybody hates him. We all hate him. He's the first case prosecutor in like every Ace Attorney game. It's hilarious.
Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Can't finish. Run without raging. Chris, you need to calm down. Deep breaths. Just You gotta finish a run no matter how bad it is, just so that you have a run to beat, you know? Do you think so, Kazuma? This guy is dying, dude. Were they not doing gunpowder residue tests at the end of the 19th century? I wonder. Well, what a sorry situation. Shut up. Fuck, I pressed spacebar. Do you have an undo split button? What a sorry situation. And clearly you have no faith in the police. Determine whether or not he shot the gun at the guy 10 hours ago? Yeah, true. Yeah, his mouth is having a period. He's coughing up blood for some reason. I don't know why, though. He just sort of said that, like, oh, it's no big deal. But, like, I'm not so sure it's not a big deal. They said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. She's a petty thief. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like this are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. I am yawning in the courtroom. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. I just got blasted against the wall. There's like dudes up there in the seats. They're watching us do this. Order, order! Inspector Osunaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph has been added. I think you had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print is just submitted to the court, it appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, it's not. It's not me. No. It's just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Ugh. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? Oh no. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. Even hydrate. A fact you can chew onto your heart's content instead of your cell. Or inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? Chris, what happened? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Don't start my life. I'll be at 16, sorry. Chris is weak. What a quitter. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. 100 is easy. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government in time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Yes. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule in this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of our courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at the time would have been out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. As it shows, all it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Or can there be? That's something I was thinking afterwards, yeah. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. And scrutinize it we shall. However, I fail to see how we can glean any information from this handbag. I mean, what about this? What about that? Isn't that like something interesting? Look at that. Look at this little doohickey over here.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Trash game. This I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Play with the body? Maybe. Yes, Your Excellency. So, taking another look at the photographic print, Inspector, Hosono has submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. So can I go like this? Oh, I can! So there's nothing sussy there. Okay. Chair, the shoe. What? Is there nothing sussy about this? What? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. It doesn't tell us. We have to just pick something.
Yes!
See if we pick? Nah. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. I believe in myself. We don't need to save. Although we probably should save. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? Do we?
And no possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark.
However, as Prosecutor Ouch points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Easy game? What happened? What are you up to now, Chris? She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Wait, no! Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. No, that's not how that works. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Easy wobs. Fuck spacebar. Why do you have spacebar as your splitter key? You're right. I am! If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. I give up, Counsel.
You can't possibly hope to do that. Or just give up, Counsel. Sorry, I don't give up, not yet.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. What do you use? I use number 1 on the number pad. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. One of them had as well, yeah. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Pressure of the chest, blood not past the... Okay, no. Fingerprint shows the victim. Let's have a look. Can I... Oh, P to investigate, right? Examine. Is there anything that has that shape to it? Doesn't look like it, on this photo at least. What about on this photo? Aha! It's this.
Yes!
I think I know. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brent. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
It's this. Present.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate?
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnaval. Ugh! The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on! Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. We've just we've
Objection!
pried this right open.
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks. Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonoga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
It's true. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. How hot was that plate? Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plane was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, he testified to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
But he was undercover as a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it! Something isn't right here! As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. The glass. Poisoned. I'm wondering. That's why it would also be removed from the scene of the crime. I think I joked about poisoning at the very beginning. And they also said they're only looking at photos and stuff. I bet you it actually is poisoning. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonoga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Which indicates that maybe he might have been dead already when he suffered the burn mark and when he was shot. Already dead from the possible poisoning from the glass.
Yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Almost died and forgot Star. So chaotic. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. You can set up, but I don't want to stop watching. I hope you have a good stream today. Oh, what are you streaming, Mr. Raw? What are you streaming? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased! Super Mario Maker 2? Oh, nice. I hope you have a fun stream. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? I am. It's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Oh my wabo. Shindeiru. Was your Bowser and Dark World split time? I can check. I'll check for you. In 70 star? No, what we know now is the only possible explanation. For 70, it's 1109. What's yours? When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's
Madness!
1235. Nice. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency.
But did you do Dark World Reds? You did, right?
But this is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
Brett, still out with his case? Hey, Panda. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. I think we're almost done. Quick, how many coins? 8. 8 red coins. For 100 and penguin race? I don't know. I just know where you go. I don't know how many coins you gotta get. What was that smile? I don't count the coins until I'm on the slide, and then I start dodging them so I have the right amount. Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. What? For the raise, fuck you? I don't know! I don't remember. 35, maybe? I'm mentally okay. Wait, what happened, Ped? Especially if it helps regulations between my country and yours. She could speak Japanese!
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Nothing? Okay, that's good.
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
She's fucking racist, dude! She's racist! What the fuck?
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level.
What the fuck?
Ah, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman.
Almost as bad as speaking Australian.
We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
You're bad, don't even. What if your country starts actively being racist? Yeah. What a bitch. I know, right? I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Well, Reno don't say. Let's see what we've got going for us. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, post-mortem reports showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it anyway.
You're like admitting to the fact that you poisoned him, basically. It's just like admitting it, basically. Like, what? That's so not subtle at all. What the fuck? That most captivating computer testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Why is everybody so, like, enamored by her presence? I hate her. She sucks. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue.
What the fuck, man? Boys also most popular choice of murder against women, especially in that era. True. Historically accurate.
And I'll hydrate. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Oh, yeah. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, my glass was poisoned. Not at all, not at all.
It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady.
I can't read English.
And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
And there, my brother, they're more worried about relations between countries.
True, you're right, I think. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. Minister of Justice?
Seems split time.
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. This student doesn't miss much. He doesn't miss, dude. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. The Queen's Karen, isn't she? A Queen's Karen. That's such a funny way of putting it, but yeah, you're actually right. You're actually right, a Queen's Karen. I've never heard that before. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? That was a very loud slap. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. He just doesn't question that face slap that we did. That was we put elbows into that. I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. How could you not know you were eating with him? But his hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? God damn it, she's got us. We're guilty. It's over. It's over. Huh? What? Oh! What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady's absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
You did! Why are you such a tier 3 subscriber? Ouchie.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. Tonikaku-san. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised a glass in toast.
Yes!
I was trying to expose myself. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. She's the kind of guy to buy a woman's OnlyFans on 2 accounts!
Which explains why you ordered that drink, correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the prosecution, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you.
I only have enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of others in the court. It means bless you. The English you were given number. I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway, Tonikaku-san.
As far as I've heard, the well, I mean, hold on. Does it say that? Loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. True, it doesn't say anything else.
Yes!
You are right about that. It's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. I just thought of something. That glass, if the waiter for some reason got like secondhand poisoning from like cleaning the glass or something, or from taking it to him, or from like to in a way, like let's say the glass was poisoned and the waiter took the glass, do you think his bleeding from the mouth could be like a symptom of being poisoned very lightly? I reckon it might be. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
Yes, something else occurred quickly from the location of the gunshot wound. True.
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Aoshi is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Yes. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has started to examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt.
The glass, yeah. Isn't that right,
Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all these causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, Heaven forbid. You doubt me, young man? You're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it, isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. That guy's dying, dude. Are you okay there, bud? Bud? What is G? Is G options? Oh. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives who try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. Understand? A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. You're such a good streamer. Oh, thank you, Salon. You're such a good friend and viewer. Appreciate you. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press it, I'm not turning up any of your fish. It's going poorly. You're the only one I wanted to watch? Aw, appreciate you. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. That we're gonna need to crack. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. I think I know what the chink is going to be. It's just a matter of like figuring out how we're going to present it now. Kazuma. Making my days a bit better when I come. Oh, I'm glad. What? Ryunosuke? I'm assuming you're going to be in VC? Maybe. Why? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seems to react a little strange to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Sure, you also play? What also play? Is it your also play? If it's your also play, I'll have a look. If it's somebody else's, I don't want to see it. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Should my also plays? Oh, nice. Are they like... What kind of plays are they? Fine tuned enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay, last statement. Oh. Wait, no, don't present. Back. I'm gonna press.
Yes!
Inferior! What do you mean by that? The lands of the Great British Empire, blah 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 blah. But in this country, blah 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 blah. Isn't that so? One is weird, one is that 107 BPM, 1000 combo, full combo. Nice! Quite right, like Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that Can I get anything from this? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. You really play after training over a total of 200 times? Oh, nice! What did you get it on? This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? Dude, I got a crazy, what's the word? Really overweighted PP score. I think it was like a 222 PP play on that Quinoa song. But I think that's gonna be nerfed, that one.
When people are usually testifying, when they're actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. Marsh Mary, I sight read the FC, lol. Hey, let's go. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Loads of plays in that? Yeah. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue. I'll explain how to do it now. Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with P. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D, focus on the detective, then pursue him with P, and see what's going on in his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence will be lost. D. And now we pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Excuse me! Hope you don't mind. I'd like to interject there for a moment. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Betty is C-type will be buffed again. What's Betty as C-type? Is that a map? Wait, what's being buffed? You told me it was nerf. What's being buffed? It's like long maps, right? Is it just long maps, or is there like other stuff as well? What happened, Chris? It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Old PP record? Oh, okay. I was having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
Making sure there isn't much solid info. Ah, okay. What is the meaning of this? I guess we'll find out together. We're going to find out all at once.
Is the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment.
Lowest possible circus size? That sounds amazing.
If you can't find fault with her testimony, then cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? 4-1 FCA, I think? Damn, absolutely not. The detective is in this stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add? In relation to the statement just made by Ms. Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I'd like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. But are you okay, man? You're not okay, I don't think. Crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's lab on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Goddamn, dude. Can't say I can turn the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water has been added into the court record. So the victim's table. Ms. Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. I don't think she actually drank from it because it's poisoned. Very well, Counselor, you may resume your cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter... Oh wait, can I go back? I can. President I raise a glass and toast. As far as I heard, blah blah blah. Something way, please do show me. What if... Can I inspect this glass? Examine P. Okay, let's P examine. Label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Jetstream? Why are you doing Jetstream? You don't have to do Jetstream in 70. You know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Let's examine the liquid inside. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You're going quiet all of a sudden. Finally, booked the star. Hey, let's go. I think we might just work something out. An interesting possibility. What stars do I need then? You just... I told you already. We did like a learning stream, remember? I don't think there's anything else sus about this bottle. I can't tell, at least. I don't know. There's nothing on the back. Can't find anything out. Okay. Alright, there's probably nothing here. But I will present this.
Yes!
Because there could be something in the water. What is this? There's a bottle of water. Vitamin hydrate. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. And that is poison. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison?
Poison!
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip of his glass? Did I say what I am again? I think you're right. Yo, we spent hours working on a lucky block island bed where... Hey, Cappuccino, it's great to see you in Minecraft. Nice, 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 nice. Was those months ago? What stars? I don't know, I don't remember. I don't remember. I just do them like, I just go muscle memory. Order, order, order. The Master Detective Mr. Wah. But yeah, I was thinking that, yeah. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to drink the poison into his drink? Or slip the poison? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Brett! It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous, to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. Well, the fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may,
I will silence you forever for this disgraceful mistake.
Oh! Shut up! It is you who should be silent. It is you who should be silent. Of course.
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I would test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Well, it could be a poison from outside. She's foreign. It doesn't have to be a Japanese one. It could be an English one. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! I mean, it's just an English poison. I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. Easy half spin, goddamn. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for! The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma! I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. No, you're not gonna leave. That could have been might not have been from this country. Oh my god, it's you! Who are you? Please, wait. No! Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued again! This is a long first case. My Fate 20th Century Edition. It's like 17th Century Edition. Save your current progress, yes. Or no, 19th century? 19th century, not 17th. Time to save. Alright, the save now, yes. Trial Part 3. Very late 19th century, 1899, yeah. Which means that she would have been born in the 19th century. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress in my courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less.
Whoa.
The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense.
Ah! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency!
I'm most grateful. Pog. Pause, champ. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report table about something. Written in English. It's Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? Curare? Never heard of that word before. Me neither.
Time's up! Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Pog! The report has been added into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Thank you. You've had it long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... She disappears.
The prosecution has made his case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency?
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Okay, we're going to examine this first. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. Right of entry: the above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's look at that. Making you feel like a rap god. Miss Brett, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. The burn, maybe. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. Nani? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
I think it's really just in the bottle. I think it was just he just drank it from the bottle. You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no available test here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Oh, fuck the HI secrets. Order. Secrets is easy. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Buying an email with channel points, it just gives you an email from a user named Channel Points? That's really weird. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Channel Points is my favorite streamer pug. The lady did it, boom, yeah.
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? And I'd be like, have a good look, Mr. Y, hope you have a good stream. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that.
I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it caused the muscles that control respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts? You think you're so clever? You must be taught some... It is you who must be taught. Of course! Dear lady! So this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What?
You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. Every single Red Bull for mobile record, and I'm about to unfollow for Red Bull for mobile. Notifications are being flooded, damn. I'm appalled, what a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual, not the fleeing.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime, that really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules!
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see why not. She's gonna take a drink of it? Oh my god, she's gonna drink some of it.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Wait! What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. What? 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 Goodness! Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you were saying? Don't land it, or you speak Dutch. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here at this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Oh, yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with the assistance you've given. What? This doesn't make sense. What? How is the bottle not poisoned? What? There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she? Maybe it evaporated out with the... Like maybe it was carbonated with it? I blew Planetara while I was in Chloe's slide alone. Hey, nice! I like her. Why she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose there's nothing else. This little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, dude! Looks like Scotland and Dutch sounds like Scottish. Nice. There has to be poison in that bottle. Isn't there? But there can't have been... Because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Only be entered via a wound. Ah, so maybe if you drink it, it doesn't work, yeah. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains poison. Culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
I think it might have been the burn, yeah. Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that a bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw. Is Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence. We have it in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? This does.
Yes!
The findings. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. Fake me without hidden. Oh, so you didn't do the challenge. I concur. The report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Panda, where's the hidden full combo? Where's the hidden full combo? Listen here, Marinade. Yo, cat. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? The practical applications. I have one word for you. What word do you have for me, cat? It's written right here, under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taking effect? Okay, we'll cover it with hidden. Alright, bet. Let's see. Practical application of poison's use as a drink, baby.
Objection!
You have to do better than that. Okay, it's not that. It's special characteristics, I think.
I shudder to think how we'll fare in this 20th century if we're led by the likes of you.
Yes. Ryunosuke. No, what? Oh!
Damn.
Thank you for the 300 of robo bits. Lots of love, appreciate you. How are you doing, Kat? Thanks for the concise advice. Something that explains how the Englishwoman could have taken Kirara with no ill effects. I'd better reread her research paper and see if I can spot anything. Ah! You don't have any more of a clue about that English toad than I do. It's completely intractable. Intractable? That's a word I don't know. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Special characteristics? We've been hearing a lot about this Kirara poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel. It sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of the arrows they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters are going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. I didn't even think about that. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kirara enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Is the Mania God? Hey, nice. Who is it? What? Miss Brett. You authored this research. You knew Kirara's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... It's a real goose! Rapscallion! And the evidence. Called infantomicides. Oh, okay, I haven't heard of them. Ryunosuke, it turns out. That's pretty sick, that's sick. That's always cool to see other people's cool talents. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
Got him. Got him. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid his knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. Oh wait, I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Just schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kirara is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastrous succus. Sure. Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Oh. That's right. I mean, that's right! Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Well, he was burned. Order, order, order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, then they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes! This Kirara poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Ooh, what is this? What is this? Welling up inside me. Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense.
almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. I had a little shiver down my spine when he did that. Objection! Let's go. I don't think so, Miss Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Point. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Because of the wound, which I can present, right?
Take that!
No. I'm sorry, Counsel. What? Does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Ryunosuke. There is no need to overthink this. We know the curare's toxic effects only come into play when the poison enters the body via a wound. Right? So that can only mean that when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. So we need some evidence that would prove. What? Inside his mouth? Oh, right! Oh my god! I didn't even think of that! Didn't remind you, he must have. Okay, alright, I get you. I get you. Aha! Ho ho ho! He had a wound in his mouth, dude! Okay, fuck, this man gets boring so fast. He can't do it! Told you! Way harder with hidden. He can't do it. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Oh! The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. She had a cut in her mouth, yeah. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. Too lazy to prove you wrong? He can't do it, it's too hard. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. I forgot about the tooth. I did too! That's why it was such a whoa moment. I forgot about that. That makes way more sense than the burn mark. Miss Britt, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Oh! So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. I'm gonna bore myself to death trying to hidden full combo it. Alright, if you don't do it, if you don't manage to full combo it with hidden this week, you lose your hidden. I mean, you lose your VIP. If you do it, then you get a gifted sub. So we're gonna would give him a wound? True, yeah. No, see, he can't do it. He can't do it. I knew it. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. How does one obtain VIP? You can get VIP if you hidden full combo that map faster than Panda. Never everybody my VIP. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Which map? I'll show you later. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Why would you do this? Why, dude? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No, dude, what the fuck? What just happened? It's the English woman. She smashed the bottle. And the Supreme Court with a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that burnt bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet underneath my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. It's illegal to do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, right? Yeah. What if I hidden full combo it? Then you get to be moderator, Chris. You have like this week to do it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. You. We need the map. I'll send it to you off the stream. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Fake meat science thing, yeah. Science adventure dance remix. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? The hardest difficulty. It's gonna be the insane bit.
Of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
Get good at the game. How many stars is the map? I have no idea. I think it's like 4 stars. 4 point something. Something like that. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day. Poor professor was sitting with his back to me, so of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. So that's adventure dance remix, yeah. And then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Pardon me? Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn around the dead professor in his chair. For destroying evidence for a case in the courtroom is illegal anywhere? I would think so, yeah. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now, you're the only one who can finish it.
What? What do you mean?
We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that you could rely deeply or really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. What everything. Every color. There was a blood on the table! Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Of course, it's this red blood here. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back of everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a little while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. It has to be this. Like, how is it not this?
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. For example, the left of his plate. Oh, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait, isn't that normal? That should be correct, right? Because you hold the knife with your right hand. What are you going to do with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate the steak was reserved on was a spattering of blood. What? Proper knife isn't in hand, yeah. Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. Because the bullet didn't go through him. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were.
Brett! I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it. Meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. He took the plate! You did what? I took it. I took the steak that you'd been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. What? What am I examining? What? This? Am I submitting this? Magnifying glass. What? Well, I'm confused as to what I'm doing. Okay, can I just present this? What are K people? What am I doing? What? Huh? Back. Oh! Oh, I opened it by accident. That's why I was so confused. I didn't need to open that. Did I click the thing? That's what I did, okay. I clicked the button down there. Inspector, court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna find out for reals. What happened? What's the dealio? Sorry for the delay. I was so confused, I was like, what do I have to do? Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood in it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood. Man, show the court. The blood, man. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. What? No. No blood. What? No blood anywhere. Doesn't this steak look like not the same as the other steak, though? Hold on. This is the wrong... Isn't this the wrong steak? Or is this the right steak? Is that bitten the same way? Let's have a look at that shape. It's not, right? This isn't the same one. But no! That's impossible! I think I understand. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. What did I think? It's right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Maybe she switched the plate out with the plate from the other dude. Maybe that's what happened. So I'm guessing. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace of the Empire. Another piece of steak, yeah. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion to this trial. No! Let's hope so. Then let's pretend
This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget about it when it's all over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. According to old Japanese people, yeah, she's like super racist, dude. The sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest. Plate of steak has been entered into the court record. It's the plate I saw. I thought I saw. Just a figment of my imagination. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Bum, bum, bum. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been assured to prove away, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial would be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? So hold on, let's check the court record. Can we examine that thing in like 3D? Okay, I guess there's nothing like super sus about it. But this like bite mark is different. What? The coin? Huh? What? Huh? What? What the world is this? Oh, this is the old man's coin. It's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Meiji-era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what is it doing there? This is where the old man lost it. Ben, do you have a switch? Yeah, I have a switch. Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before, swine, but I've never heard of a billion in a billion. A billion in... I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means that my suspicions are correct. I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. Pokemon Unite. Sometimes I don't have Pokemon Unite. I see, as a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. It's free? I'll have a look at it. Where precisely? It's underneath here. Right there. What in the world is this? Think. It's a Koban coin. Oh, we just read this out. Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Apart from the meat juices, looks to be in good condition. Kind of like League of Legends, but kind of not. I will inspect it, but probably not. I am probably not going to want to play it. But I will have a look. Okay, present this coin. Got it! Good gracious, that's... a Koban? What on earth? A Hoei-era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? It's okay, I won't, I don't know, use your IP to find where you live and then stalk you and kill you. Sweet! It's good that you won't do that. I appreciate that, Panda. I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. This is sus in your steak. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
It's a careless mistake by the chef.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
Are we even a lawyer? By all means, they're not to stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
This is a mess, this courtroom. Perhaps at the point you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essentially that we ask the owner of this koi if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the kaban that was found underneath the beefsteak is, clearly,
Take that!
this guy, the old guy. Obviously, it can only be the antique dealers. The antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Korekuta-san. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his kaban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gun should interest me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Indeed, the Hoi Kaban, my prized coin! I think he was like suspecting that the sergeant took it. It's Hoi Kaban. Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Korekuta-san's kaban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this kaban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Like they're all here at the witness stand. Oh my god. All of them here. What's this all about? Why have you been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? But my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Herded by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when we cast from this courtroom myself, I became a rouge traitress, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. Sun has settled this Rasute shop's owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this go?
I remember now, yes, that's it. That's the one, the very exact one that is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoi treasure that is my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day.
It can't be. As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my Hoi treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing.
Maybe it was Ida. It was the kid. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right.
The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Kaban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the seat of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korokida-san's Kaban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korokida-san's Kaban and hid it? Clearly, it must have been you. Right? I don't think it could have been anybody else.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iyasanosa! What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Kaban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Aido. Aido is the mastermind behind all this. I was right. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Noza. Ooh. Ooh. You, ooh. Ooh. What? The Important Imperial Army, Sergeant Iyasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Why is his son also saluting? What a breakdown that was. His mustache is now all... It's like Warrior's mustache. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays to those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Well, it's true. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do a reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his cabana. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak, but I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Jesus Christ. Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Aido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double, I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. No, there is. We have to keep her here still. We're not done yet with her. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Kaban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well. Oh, oof.
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. We can't let her go, and good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just, something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry?
You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new nonsense is this? New student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
And good day. You couldn't have love of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see some evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it? Oh, present.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred.
138.09. Let's go! Let's go! That's a pretty good first time. Let's go. 138. Nice. Nice. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. So what were your thoughts, Chris? What was like the... Give me the rundown. What were like the good parts, the bad parts? How did it go? How was your first run?
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes. Go on.
Your PB is next. Let's go.
More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Long case one, damn. It's a long case, yeah.
And now you're just splitting hairs.
Fuck TTM, remember I did TTC? Dude, TTC is such a fun stage. How did those go? What happened in those 3 stages?
Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural?
What do you mean? And DDD. It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. It does not match the one in the photo. So you noticed it too, Miss Brett. You think I kept falling off the fucking top? Falling off the top? How? Notice what exactly, cancel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Stupid fucking Jetstream star. I still can't believe you did the Jetstream star for some reason. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. The log had invisible. Yep, the log has loads of invisibles. It's horrible. See, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. So it's not the dude's steak. This is a different steak. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
So because the triple jump at the start, I died 6 times, yeah. To see what that bad, I just didn't know where the stars were. Anyway, your PB is free, lol. Alright, let's see it. Bet. Let's go. But what is the actual point? Perhaps the delightful Mrs. Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything. I've heard enough. Your irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady! What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have left for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last. It's all come together. Yet again. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. This is not our boy's steak. And more importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting? That tells us. Everything, Your Excellency. Everything. All of it. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. This man is sitting there was eating, but the dentist said he couldn't. I think it's because that's her steak, right? Not the man's steak. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court a long time ago. Long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Alright, look at the fork here. What's up with the fork? Hasn't been what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence to be brought forward? Yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Trevor is something random? Okay. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? Isn't it just this guy? Present this guy.
Take that!
He said he took everything. The answer is obvious. Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Noza told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuta-san's coin, it tells that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. I don't know for how much longer though. Sergeant Noza, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Trial's long, I guess it get very fast. I'm still enjoying the trial. Second game. Dude, I like this trial so far. Deduction. I have a long attention span, so it's fine for me. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask for forward gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Noza's meal.
Objection!
Objection! But that makes no sense! That plate was taken from the victim's table!
Objection!
Yet the gentleman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Is there a baby behind Noza? He just has a baby. Oh, of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest that such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? Well, actually, I might actually be suggesting that, yes. You did switch the plates! Well, after it happened,
When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hit the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he had decided to investigate my slab of meat, then that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken up to the kitchen, I seized my chance. We're even hydrate. With military precision timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. He did switch it. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I do have to be done. Do or die. Unbelievable! This is nuts. This is wild. However, fear not, prosecutor son. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
He did quite a lot. So if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The other steak. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? Kind of the slightest bit of bearing, I think, but it's not...
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Is she biting her mask? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. I see the blood already, dude. Let's go. Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Look at that! Look at that cut. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on this side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Brett herself. It's you! Let's go! That's supposed to defeat before other Wilson planetary announced. Nice! Outdone by a Japanese! Me! By a Japanese schoolboy! No! 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 Oh! Yeah! Whoa! Whoa! Oh, damn! Oh my god! All these chicks is like babies, dude! Oh my god! What is happening to this? Look at these babies flying around, dude! She has died.
Rip. Oh, look at him. Look at the little deeds. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, look at the little buddies. What a finale that was, holy shit. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. You don't say, that was intense. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentleman. You like died almost. Forgive me. Sup, nerdy? Hey, Chris, how's it going? Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. You're here, your term. The truth this time. I'm asleep now. See you around term. Hope you have a good night. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. But I'll sit down. Alright, good luck with ossuing. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave him immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. Made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. So he was already dead at that point. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. Ooh, we got absolutely everything correct. Destroyed Brett. Let's go. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor? This is a murder. This is a crime. Not a misdemeanor. I don't think this is going to be counted as a misdemeanor in court, you know. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder... might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. I don't know about that. I mean, you did try to implicate me as the murderer. It's really kind of a serious charge. I don't know if I can just forgive you for that. Okay, I'll probably forgive you. I guess it's not really that. I mean, we did win in the end. It would seem. This trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be! Takatsuchi does not lose!
Not the likes of this is a rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten.
You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Whoa, he's just gonna sword out and... What? Oh! He cut his hair, dude! 1,000 millennia may pass, and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Pain's hair, dude. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like, I cannot begin to imagine. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. Have a good night, Salon! And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. Oh, it's like us in Edgeworth, kind of, you know? A little bit. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Bog, we did it. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Let's go. We did it. Woohoo. Case number 1 done. That was a long case. That was like 4+ hours. That was chunky. That was a chunky beginning case, I'm gonna say. Score is now adjourned. Oh, pardon me. Damn, dude. Damn. Finally, we did it. Finish stream, we'll do chapter 2. Now, I'm gonna finish this chapter off and then we'll probably find an unsuspecting victim to raid. But I'll finish this epilogue section here. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. Wait a minute, hydrate. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke. Before I go, you gotta sip tea. Sip. Okay, bye. Have a good one. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yubei University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Oh, it's you! Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. She's smiling, Pug! Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. But thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report at Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have gone down. I probably would have gone to... I probably would have been in jail. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. This is how to Victoba. Judicial assistant to the feds. Victoba. Speaking of Victoba. There you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Oh, I'm old. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. I need that air gun in me to be this 5-star map. I wish you good luck, Chris. Your efforts have exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you actually who invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitova studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Why am I using the wrong voice? I don't even know. The voices are getting inconsistent. Presume that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, and besides. It's your turn, Sogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I will learn all that I can. I'll swear on this, the spirit of the Isogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. As a Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Osanaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making a secret agreement about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger or of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it! How good should people in my rank be? Don't worry about how good other people should be. Just focus on improving your fundamentals. Don't worry about, like, beating 5-star maps, and that stuff like that. Just focus on fundamentals. You know how, like, in Mario, you get good by getting good at movement? Just focus on, like, stuff that you find hard in certain maps. Practice those things over and over again. And get good at those, and then you'll become better overall. Just make sure you practice your fundamentals, and then just play maps that you like. But everybody's at different levels, at different ranks. The British government's foreign affairs minister has demanded that we hand over custody to Miss Brett. I'm already the best. They're taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. How good is an average 1 to 2 million rank? I have no clue. In general, what should rank 1.6 mil be doing? I have no idea. When I joined the game, there weren't even that many active players. I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for celebratory drink. Because you have to keep in mind, I learned I quote-unquote got good in 20 14 or something. This is a long, long time ago. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. And back then, the way you practice and did stuff was different to how people do it now. Nowadays, the new generation of players are just different. People practice differently, do stuff. We used to work on our fundamentals. Now people are just like, lol, PP, jump, map, pop, 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 pop. So if you want to get really good, just practice aim and nothing else. But if you want to get really, really good, practice rhythm. How would you do that? I don't really know. I like to play maps until I assess them. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. I'm just doing hard maps. Don't do maps that are way too hard. Do maps that you can like do really, really well. Don't give them... I don't know about fucking PP shit. Nobody fucking cares about PP. Well, that's not true. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. If you care about rank, you inadvertently care about PP, because PP determines rank. In that case, mine is just La Carnival. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Doing freedom dive? You're a detective, Masanobu-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. I'm trying to switch to this keyboard right now. Right now. If you're using mouse only, stop immediately. And switch to keyboard immediately. Do not use mouse only for any longer. Oh yes, thank you. Switch right now. Do not use it for any longer. You will improve so much if you just switch. So Brett, what have you tried here? I suppose that means I'll never know. So good, easier aim. You have to learn to play the other way, otherwise you're gonna bottleneck. Okay, think about it this way, right? Here's like the physics explanation behind it, or the biology one. You have like a certain amount of tasks that you can delegate to each hand, right? Now you can do a lot with one hand. You can do heaps. But with two hands, you can do twice as much. On the flip side of that same coin, it means that using two hands to do this kind of job that you're getting one hand to do will make the same thing over time twice as easy. Because you're only going to be using half as much energy per hand. So things like rhythm, you know, hitting everything in time with the beat, you can have all of that delegated to one hand. And you don't have to worry about anything else. Just only focus on that part. And then with your right hand, if you're right-handed, I'm right-handed, my left hand sucks ass. With your right hand, that's what you use to aim. I'm right-handed as well. I don't use my left hand or anything. Doesn't matter. If you were left-handed, I would say aim with your left. But that's all that would change. Never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. But if you want to improve fast, you need to switch now. You need to switch now. You gotta build up strength in your left hand. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just want to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. From one of their BZ spots. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Lieutenant, chances are you never did early mouse. I wonder, yeah. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. The tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that again. It's music though, yeah. I just did what you told me to do, that's all, because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it? I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, it's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. Yo, thank you for the follow, OX25E. You're doing well. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. So what is he gonna do? There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. I like that he's not undercover anymore. We know he's a police officer, but he's still like playing the role of the butler for some reason. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. That would be a cool study tour to go to Great Britain. Visit London. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. The end. Wow. Wowee. What a case. Achievement unlocked, defense debut. Save your current progress? Yes. Of course we're saving. Saving right here. Wowee. Do not turn off your PC. Save complete. Cool. Cool. Alright.